Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. I agree the Orcish Fiddler, and it is Tuesday once again. Welcome back. Hello, Val. How are you doing today? I hope you are well. Time to chill with some more Daggerfall. Hanging in there? That's good, that's good. I'm sad that I didn't get a chance to watch more of your stream today. That looked like I haven't had a chance to like play the series yet. I'm like peripherally aware of it. But I really like the style. Like it's a really beautiful looking game. And I remember there was like one of the many things that I do. I play around with ideas in my head, and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I wish I had the skills and the talent and maybe the team to develop a Metroidvania type game that had, you know, an orc as one of the main characters. I was thinking more along the lines of something like Portrait of Ruin, where you could switch between Jonathan and Charlotte, but like have the orc as one of the characters and then like a human character as another one. And they have different traversal skills. So like you can have them both in the same area, but sometimes they have to split up in order to progress. Is just sort of like the general idea. But it's just an idea. It's not really going anywhere. Argok, welcome in. How are you doing, my cinnamon-scented friend? I hope you are doing well. You're doing fabulous. Awesome. I am glad to hear it. Alright. Well, before we jump right into more Mages Guild shenanigans, because I'm still trying to get them to like me enough so that they'll make me enchanted equipment. I did kind of want to announce I have a new channel point redemption called Tumble Math Rocks. So for 20 channel points or 20 crone, you can ask me to roll some dice, and I will take the dice that are in front of me inside these little glass containers. And I do have a dice tower. I have 10 of each of the different types, so I can roll 10d whatever. So if you really want to hear my dice tower rattle, you can ask me to roll 10d 100, and 20 dice will go there, and then I get to figure out how many that is. I'll probably just put the result in chat and then let you do the math. Because I'm terrible at math, and I would probably need to use a calculator. Or my fingers and my toes. And I went out for a walk, and I hadn't had a chance to put on more comfortable clothing for stream, so I'm still wearing boots, so my toes are not accessible at the moment, so I'm stuck as far as 10. That's as high as I can count at the moment. At least easily. Anyway. Let's get started, shall we? I did do, as an experiment, so since I have a 5-minute startup process, just to give people time to file in, I did run an ad break. Val, you're subscribed, so you wouldn't have seen it. I don't know if anybody else did. If that's annoying, let me know. Like, I'm trying to keep the ad thing as unintrusive as possible, and I figure, well, if I do an ad break while nothing's going on, then that's an hour where nobody has to worry about it. At least when they first come in. Because I don't have mid-rolls. Mid-rolls piss me off. I hate them. If anybody gets mid-rolls, please tell me. Because then I have to adjust settings and see if there's a way to turn that off. Because I don't want them. Okay. Mages Guild. We're back to more Distir Kingsmiths shenanigans. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I needed to do, but I think I'm caught up. It was just the math rocks that I wanted to talk about today. Let's get a quest. Oh look, more guarding. The Mages Guild is in need of someone to guard the magical gauntlets tonight. Is it feasible that you could do it for us? There's an amber in it for you. Sure. You're midnight to 3 a.m. Cool. Well, I'm gonna come over here. Oh. I was like, where's the door? Okay, the door's right there. It's been a week, guys. I don't remember things from week to week. Okay, so we'll do a quick save. And let's see, it is... it's about 9 hours to midnight. So let us... It's not going to do more than 6 at a time, so... Is it after midnight? Yes, it is. It is. Ah! Jeez! I scared. I startled. I was just looking the other direction. They're very sneaky. They're very sneaky. Okay. Let's, just 4 of y'all at once, huh? Okay. Jeez, you're just... Alright, okay, alright. Cool your jets. Okay, could you stop? My goodness. Ooh, map. Okay, let me mark this down. The Roost of Grumerus in Wayrest. And provided that there are no... I can't carry anymore. Well then, let's put some of this in the wagon. Keep that handy. I was like, why do I only have 90 gold? Because I have the rest of it in a letter of credit. I can do that though. Oh, whoop. Okay. Any others? Okay. Mithril boots, plus 15 versus plus 11. Nice. Nope. There we go. I got an upgrade, finally. Now, let's make sure that my health is good. You are healthy, good, okay. I was worried that one of them might have, like, poison or something. Let us loiter for a few hours. Alright. We're done with your nonsense now. Those thieves didn't stand a chance against you. Here, take this amber. It's really the least we can do. Yay. It's just gonna get sold, but that's fine. Now there's a mace. Okay. Let's get that identified real quick. Alright, what is this? Iron Cursing Mace. It paralyzes. Okay. I mean, at least, well, it's made of iron, so, meh. It's gonna get sold. Same with the Khajiit Suit of Wildfire. Alright. Go ahead and do pre-quest. Oops, nope. Ongoing quest. And quick save. Okay, next. I am Mortiseer Kingsmith. Yes, I know. Servant to the mighty... Wait a minute. Okay. For a moment there, I wasn't sure if I actually hit guild quest, and this was a personal quest. I am Mortisteer Kingsmith, servant to the mighty Uthorian Buckingsley. I have been instructed to find guild members to protect him while he lies in a spell trance. I can talk today. Uthorian Buckingsley suspects that a rival of his may send assassins to slay him while he is helpless. He will give you an ensorcelled cloth amulet if the assassins are stopped. Sure. As I expected, he's just beginning this 3-hour trance, so you must guard the Mage's Guild during that time and protect him while he is vulnerable. At the end of this trance, he will be transported to the Aetherius. Once he is safe, the guild will send someone with your reward. Cool. I should probably find him? Or do I need to find him is the question. I don't know if I need to find him. I better have my weapon out just in case. Oops. Okay, it's you. Alright, so I will just come over here and I will wait for a few hours for enemies to appear. Hello. Stand aside, apprentice whelp. We mean to cut down Thorian Buckingsley before he can awaken. Move or we'll cut you down too. Well, your spell didn't do much, so okay. Your spell did a little more. That tickled. Werewolf's blood? Uh-oh. Were they a werewolf? Is that the only assassin they're sending, or are we good? Oh, there's more enemies. Cool. Oh, hi. Okay. Yeah, and you can't talk to him if you interrupt him. That fails the quest. Oh, I'm actually hurting. I should probably do something about that. Okay, I'm not poisoned or anything. Are we good? Nope, there are enemies nearby. Where? Hello? Oh, jeez! You know, hiding around the corner of a door... Valid tactic, but come on. Sheesh. A young woman in deep blue rose bows low to you. The guild send its compliments on a job well done. Uthorian Buckingsley is most grateful. Here is the cloth amulet he promised. Cool. Thank you. Okay, let's go get this identified and see if it's worth anything. Usually it's not. Yeah, 32 gold. Leaping cloth amulet? Oh, that's actually not terrible. We might need that at some point, so I'll actually hold on to that. Nice. Okay. Are we buddies? Can I make magic items yet? Oh, okay, that's... hang on. Pre-quest. Ongoing quest. And quick save. Okay, well. What is my reputation? 50, come on. Do I need to wait 24 hours and then I'm good? Let me actually go ahead and rest. We will go ahead and take a quick nap. should probably use the magicka that we've got. So restoration, mysticism, alteration. And we're not going to look at miscellaneous, so start with alteration. How many do we need? 6. 11 of them. Oops. Let's see. We need a lot more in mysticism. Oh, that's that. I just heard a cat. Hello, sir. I require snacks. I'll take a pie. Nom 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 nom. Okay, now I require sleeps. Cool. Alright. Stuck me in the closet. This is fine. What time is it? 15:46. They should still be open, right? I think the Mages Guild is still open at this time. Yeah. There's that cat again. Okay. Hello there. Pre-quest. Ongoing quest. Quick save. Are you Iagra the Evoker? This is a quest? Yes? Ah, good. I have a letter for you. Apparently more than simple chance brought you here. Okay. The Order of the Hour from Wayrest. Dear Iagra, afar have I come to speak with you on behalf of the Oracle, the wise woman of Hammerfell. The Archmagister of the Mages Guild has spoken highly of you as an honorable and talented caster of magicka. Well, only a few spells. Please come meet with me as soon as possible. Time is a circumscribed commodity. Without your help, the Oracle's dark prophecy will come to pass in 38 days, and all Wayrest will weep. I must see you soon. Yours cordially, the Acolyte. Huh. Well, I haven't seen this one before. Wait, where do I go? Okay. Well, off we go to church, I guess. Where is church? All the way on the other side of town. Oh, this is fine. I like running in the rain and getting wet. It's my favorite. Yes, I know, I have 2 cloaks on. I'm not really getting wet. wonder what would happen if somebody tried to reproduce all of this stuff, but use like ESO's engine, like to scale. What was this person's name again? Just the Acolyte. Okay. You're not the Acolyte. You're not the Acolyte. You're not the Acolyte. Neither are you. You are not. Neither are you. You are. Hi. Okay. Well, you don't look as impressive as all the other people do, but I appreciate your taste in purple clothing. Thank you for coming, Iagra. The Oracle has foreseen the death of one of the great nobles of Wayrest, the noble Rodden Wickford, and like a pebble in a still pond, his death will lead to great calamity for Wayrest. I have tried speaking with him, but I am not permitted to enter his company in the Hawksley residence. My mistress, the Oracle, intends to come to Wayrest to speak with his grace. I last heard that she was in Longcastle Borough, so I am not familiar with these parts. I am not familiar with these parts, so I don't know how far away that is. I need you to either talk to Rodden Wickford and convince him to protect himself, or find the Oracle somewhere near Longcastle Borough and bring her to see him. There is precious little time. Please, I beg thee, hurry. Okay, well that's interesting. I've got two options. I don't expect I'll be very successful, but let's go ahead and try to convince him anyway. Oh, okay, where's the exit? Okay, could you not dance in my way, please? Thanks. The Hawksley residence. I suppose I'm gonna have to ask somebody where that is. Pardon me, human sir. Let's try being polite. I don't want to tell the likes of you. Alright, well what if I'm being blunt with you? Somewhere north. Good. Can you show me on the map? Thank you. I appreciate it. You don't need to be a stupid fool. Be a helpful fool. Alright, there we go. Was that blunt enough? Did he appreciate it? Should I insult him? Maybe he likes it if a big beefy orc insults him. I should rest on what I've learned about etiquette. Yeah, some people don't like it. Some people apparently like to be verbally abused by an orc. Which, you know, that's not really my thing. I'm not into, oh, what's it called? Humiliation, I guess? I'm going to the wrong direction. Degradation? That's the word I'm looking for. It's one of those things that I've encountered on the internet. Mostly in dating apps. Some people are really into degradation, and I can't wrap my head around it. I'm one of those kinds of people. I would really, really prefer to treat people with respect. Where possible. I know that at all times that's not possible. It would be great if it were. Orcs just want to give hugs. Nice, big, bone-crushing hugs. Hi, Jay Johnson. Welcome in. How you doing today? I hope you are doing well. We are back to our shenanigans in Daggerfall. Doing the Mages Guild quests. And apparently we are trying to stop an assassination that will cause calamity across all of Wayrest. But how are you today? You doing alright? Trying to think of what to stream tonight. Well, what are your options? It's been a while since you did a randomizer. I know that we were passing back and forth some truly tooth grinding Final Fantasy ones for a little bit there. What was this guy's name again? Rodden Wickford, okay. Yeah, that's not you. There you are. Oh, Mr. King-looking guy, okay. As I told that blasted acolyte, I am not interested in hiding my head because some mad old crone had a bad dream about me. As it happens, I am waiting for some word about my love, Periorian Kinging, who was kidnapped, but I will listen to his advice on this. Matter, but I will not go into hiding while he remains in danger. I should never have let him go within 100 feet of the Coven of Illyria without a proper escort, but I will certainly not abandon my love now. There is your answer, Evoker. Torn between messing around on NES Open, Tournament Golf, or Fall Guys Ranked. Are they going to be doing another tournament? Like the one that HG was in? Because if something like that's coming up soon, I mean, it couldn't hurt to practice. Your guess is yes. If so, you want in. Well, a little bit of practice wouldn't hurt. I mean, you could always do some practice on that, and then do some Fall Guys after. You know, whatever floats your boat. Okay, so it looks like the Coven of Illyria. So I guess we're going to the Coven of Illyria. Wherever that is. It's not terribly far away. You feel a vague sense of unease. You feel you are being watched. All right. Ongoing quest. And save. Let's see if there's anything I need to dump into the wagon. I don't. Yeah, 715 is not that big. Not that big a deal. All right. I hear a secret. Maybe the kidnapped victim is somewhere in these corridors. Oh dear, that's not a good sound. I think I hear a bear. Oh, jeez, what are you? What are you? Ow? Ow. Okay. Did that say Flesh Atronak? Yeah, Flesh Atronak. Has no treasure. I didn't know that there were Flesh Atronaks. I didn't think that was a thing. Why is... Okay. Well, that doesn't open. Maybe there's something I need to trigger. Doo-doo! Hi! Two danger cards, huh? Alright, well. Nobody around here. This looks like it's just an empty room. Oh, jeez. I'm going to smash you into paste. The Stronghold of Greenton. Okay. The Stronghold of Greenton. Way rest. I don't know if, like, there's anything special to any of these maps. We should probably explore one at some point. You know, just to see what it's about. I hear somebody giggling. Hello. Goodbye. Well, this doesn't look too promising, does it? Well, let's see. Oh, jeez. Alright then. Can I was about to say, let me take a nap. Let's see. Loiter for an hour. Okay. I'm trying to get the skill up. There we go. That's what I wanted. Alright. Oh. Okay. That, I thought that was a secret door, but apparently not. Maybe I require... Why am I hearing doors nearby? There doesn't seem to be anything around here to trigger, so that's not the route to take. Unless it's one of these corpses. Do I have to touch the right corpse? Because, ew. That's a terrible way to go about this. Okay, none of these appear to be the thing that I have to touch, so I guess I'll just leave it alone. Maybe it's an exit from a portal. So... And I hate that I'm hearing, like, doors and things and, like, not seeing any ways to get to them. Makes me wonder, like, how this dungeon is randomized. Wonder if anybody's made a mod to make these randomized dungeons make slightly more sense. That would be great. I don't know how to trigger that yet. Nothing back here. Wait, do we do these lampposts, maybe? No. Alright, well, that is what it is. I think we might have just oh, we didn't go this way. See, there's another... There must be a portal. Oh, they are portals on their own. Okay. You just walk right through them. You just walk through a brick wall and you get taken somewhere else. I did not know that. Also, that's awful because I have no idea where I am now. Hi. You okay there? Nope, you were not okay. I contributed to that. My bad. Oh. Wait, no. That's the secret. I just came this way. Eh? Okay, well. Oh, a lever. Okay. I see. Okay. You could stop. There we go. All right. Ooh, glowy. What's this way? Ow. Oh, this could be a problem. Oh, and I just realized something. Oh, wait, there's a secret door. Okay, never mind. And I just realized I did not set a teleport anchor. I don't know if I have an existing one. So that could be a problem. It could be a problem. Somebody left their skull here. I wonder if they might need it. Pretty sure they need that. Could you? Oh, jeez, my health. I didn't pay attention to it. Ow. Okay, give me a little break here. Just need to regenerate. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's just play a little ring around the... Okay, now you're dead. Cool. Note to self, pay attention to health. There's no reason to be leaving a trail of blood everywhere we go. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Time to unlock it using my lockpick. Okay, well, we found another teleporter. I don't know if that's going to take me exactly where I want to go, but I guess we'll find out. Okay, this is just as I figured, just an empty room. Alright. Let's see where you go. Huh. Ow. Jeez. They hit hard. Stop giggling. Actually, you know what? You sound like you're having fun. You can keep giggling. It's fine. Oh, great. I feel somewhat bad. Okay. Well. Oh, no. Well, that was real fast. Okay, so that was a stamina poison. And because there were enemies nearby, it was just instant death. Fun. Okay, so the last time we saved was when we picked up that map. So we're going to have to be careful. We're going to have to be just careful in general. Hi. Ow! You jerk. Okay, we know what to expect here. Nothing else here. Alright. Really? There we go. Alright. This is... I don't know if this is the direction I want to take yet. Oh, I was not here before. Whoops. It's okay, it's an empty room. I thought I heard another door around here somewhere. This is not the same route I took before. No, this is... I have come this way, but I think I came the other way. Oh, hi. Funny looking statues that I cannot interact with. Sorry, I had to cough. Do you mind? I was having a coughing fit. Excuse me. Not terribly certain. Lock level 18? Does not unlock. Of course it doesn't. I have to use my lockpick. My lockpick is not particularly effective, it would seem. I don't know if there are keys in this game, and I don't think I have an open spell that's going to be powerful enough. I don't think I have an open spell, period. If they put the kidnapped victim behind a door that I cannot open, that's going to be a little irritating. I'll have to come back to this. Let me drop a gold. Oops. That way I've got a little bit of a breadcrumb in case I stumble upon this later. Have I been here? No. Somebody else opened that door. This is nothing. I think I heard somebody close the door for some reason. Oh, just come around the corner and squash you. Okay. I can't carry anymore. Alright, well, let's leave a little pile of, I guess, a bunch of leather stuff, because leather is going to be the cheapest thing. I guess I can leave that too. Alright. Let's see. Oh, goody. A teleport. I am not ready for that yet. Excuse me. Because unfortunately, teleports are not two-way. Ow. Ow. Ow! Dang. Oh, okay. That's where you... Hey, that was, oh. I think that was the jerk that killed me before. Like, he instantly dropped me, like, right here. Okay. Alright. Mm-hmm. So I just came up and squashed him. Didn't take damage, didn't have to worry about his stupid thing. Oh, good. I wish I'd known this was going to be here. Yes, access the wagon. Great. Coven of Illyria. Alright, well, let's just try the regular door. If it was just the regular door the whole time... Nope. Oh, jeez! Ow. Okay, you're not being very nice. Ow. Stop that now. Potion of Orc Strength. I've already got Orc Strength, but thank you. Okay, so this was a bust. It was just a couple of people, and I clobbered them, and that was it. So yeah, we had to take the secret. So somewhere I'm missing something. Oh, hi. Sort of hiding in the corner there. All right. All right. Since we're not too awful far from the entrance, let's just go ahead and dump what loot we've got before we have to get teleported all over the place in this stupid place. In this stupid dungeon. And back to it. Alright. So, we need to figure out... There's no teleporter there. No, there was not. Okay. So we did find some other interactables, but then we died. So we need to find those interactables again. I hear giggles. Okay, hang on. Who's banging against the door? Oh, hi, Giggles. Nudity? Which apparently... Oh, where's this place? It's like I'm pushing my head against the wall because I hear banging. Oh, dude. Hang on. Your stealth skill has improved. I have a question. Where's my stealth at? Okay. If I just stand here... No, you can't be... Okay. What about if I walk back and forth? No. Okay. I thought maybe there was a bug or something where I was getting stealth, even though there's like a wall between me and whatever enemy is making that noise. But there is nothing up here. Is there a door? It's like I hear swiping. What the heck? Well, the only thing I can do, I think. So I think I've been through all this. Let's go through the teleporter, because we didn't do that before. We had done that and then got to this. So now we got the lever switched. We come here. We're back to this area. Ow. Okay. Yeah. I don't think there was anything in here except for you. Which... you don't last very long. The little blue thing that we thought was pretty. Was there a secret door? Yes. Alright. Any others? Any other secrets around here? No. No other secrets. Okay. Hey, Vex, how you doing today? I hope that you are well. Yes, secret door. It's a secret to everybody. You're sleepy? Oh, well, that's not a problem. I hope you're able to relax and chill. Get some good rest. Can I rest in here? Yes, I can. Excellent. But other than being sleepy, I hope that you are well. Okay, use lockpick. I wish I could give custom names to your weapons. I would just call my hammer lockpick. I should probably rest, shouldn't I? I don't believe there was anything in here. No, this was just an empty room. We need to find another teleport. There it is. Alright. Save just in case. And then we're at the fountain. And this is where we died before. So now, can we pick all this up? Excellent. I believe over here somewhere was the way back. No. It was over here the way back. I don't know if that teleporter actually took me back or not. But being a one-way teleport... Well, I know I've been here before. Oh yeah, there's that level 18 door that we can't open. No, it must have been... Hang on. It must have been the teleport. Pretty sure. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. It's the problem with teleport areas is that you don't 100% know for sure. Okay, yeah, it did take me back. Alright. So we will go ahead and drop what we need in the wagon. Or what we don't need. Okay. Now... let's see. We have yet to find the kidnapped victim. Okay. That is what I was hoping for. It opened. Let's go ahead and save. Let's go ahead and do a feather fall. Oh, okay. Sure, I'll just go ahead and climb down. That's fine, too. Oh, you must be the person I need to rescue. Give me a minute to heal. Hi! You've come from Rodford Wickford to rescue me? By the Dock Lord, let us make haste then. I've had a terrible, and I fear prophetic, dream about him. Yep, you sure did. Cool. Let's get out of here. I shall climb with this guy on my back, apparently. Awesome. We had to go through the dungeon to release the trapdoor to find the kidnapped victim. So that wasn't too awful bad. I do kind of appreciate that. Hey, Wolf. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. So, for anybody who was not here at the beginning of stream, I did add a channel point redemption. So now, if you want me to roll some math rocks, I can do that. I can do up to 10D whatever dice. So if you really want to hear my dice tower rattle, you can do like 10D 100. That would be like 20 dice. But I probably won't do the math. I'll probably just put it into chat or just tell you on stream. Just got home. Awesome. Well, I hope you get a chance to relax, Wolf. I'm doing pretty good. I had a little bit of a kind of an annoying day at work. I had a lot of people that I needed to coach that just decided just not to show up, or had tech issues, or were not in chat for me to, like, contact. They were very annoying. Very, very annoying. But I got through the day. I got as much done as I could do. Where do we need to go next? Does anyone remember the town we were in? Cool, I may have fucked up. What town were we in? You know what we're gonna have to do? So I will... Did I quick save? Yeah, I quick saved with my Magicka. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna load the pre-quest, figure out where we're at. Cannot travel while indoors. Well, I don't want to travel. Is this Wayrest City? Okay, it is Wayrest City. Alright. So when they meant Wayrest, they meant Wayrest the city, not Wayrest the province. You feel you're being watched. Am I, though? Am I? Maybe I am, I don't know. There's a lot of trees. The trees have eyes. They burrowed them from potatoes. But in return, the potatoes requested the trees' souls. Which they didn't really need because, you know, trees wearing boots, that's silly. But potatoes wearing boots, no, that's also silly. Anyway. You're being watched on Twitch TV. Oh my god! That's very true. It's very true. Trying to remember the button for map. Wayrest. That caught me off guard. I'm sorry, Wolf. I didn't mean to startle you. Oh, you should have been here at the start of stream. Am I traveling... Am I traveling recklessly? That's twice now that... Hi. That's twice now that I've arrived. Ow. My ankle. That's twice now that I've arrived in a place. And it's... I should rest and... Yeah. We're not gonna climb down, though. Oh no. Okay. Oh, it's right over here. Don't even have to go that far. Yeah, sorry about that, Wolf. But yeah, you should have been here at the start of stream. I had a Mage's Guild thing where I had to protect something. So I looked towards the doors. There wasn't anybody there. So I turned around to see if there was anybody there, and they were behind me. And it just startled me. And I was not prepared for it. I was scared. Is this the Hawksley residence? No. This is the Hawksley residence. Hi. I brought your beloved back. Roden, Wickford, and Peorian King embrace, and then he pleads that, for the good of all Wayrest, Roden Wickford must go into hiding with his most trusted guards. At once he agrees, but not before giving you 688 gold pieces for in gratitude for rescuing his love. Aww. You are a credit to the guild, Iagra. Sweet. And it was a gay romance. That's awesome. I don't know if that was like originally in it, or if this was just like they randomized it and they just decided not to necessarily worry about picking gender, because that's just extra code and who needs that? Let love be love. Love whom you want. Alright. And that clears that. So if I'm a credit to the guild, does that mean that they're going to promote me now? That would be great. Running? Okay, well let's see what we can do about jumping. I haven't seen enough SpongeBob to get that one, unfortunately. Okay, now I don't have to jump anymore. Let's see. I really don't need to go to any specific one, but yeah, I'll go to the inn that I usually go in, the Beaver and the Huntsman. I heard something in my other ear, my right ear, and I was like, "What is that?" It's a pig in a pig pen. And it's just oinking sounds, and I didn't know what it was. It's like all foggy and creepy and spooky, and it's 3:30 in the morning. I mean, if it was 3:30 in the morning and like it's all foggy and creepy like this, and you just hear a sound and you don't know what it is at first, you might jump. SpongeBob is your childhood. SpongeBob is a lot of people's childhood. I did get to see some of it. My nephew was really more into that than I was. I do have, like, I think I want to say a Game Boy Advance game. Whoops, wrong button. This is not the correct inn. I mean, I could stay there, but I don't want to. I think I have a SpongeBob game for the Game Boy Advance. Here we are. Sorry, I had to cough again. Alright. I need more snacks. I'll have some stew. And then a room, please. Alright, so we need to wait until 11 so we can go back to the guild and see if that did us any good. It's about 6 hours. Well, we might as well get our restoration up. Three o'clock is the Silent Hill of time. You're not wrong. I mean, I have, like, especially in my youth, I would just walk uptown in the middle of the night, because we had, like, a 24-hour gas station. So I would just walk uptown, get some snacks, and walk home, just because I had nothing better to do. Especially in the summer. We did that so much as kids. And, yeah, it could be creepy. It didn't bother us, though. Like, it wasn't creepy to us. But I think I have had nights where I've walked home or just walked around in the dark, where things have been a little creepy. Like the one time that I didn't have my light on, and I went to do like some walking exercise, but it was like winter-ish, so it got dark really early. Oh no, I did have a light. I don't think it was pointed up though. So all I know is that I saw a pair of glowing eyes in what scant light that I did have, and a snort, and it was like, you know, round head high, and I'm like, oh my god, what are you? It's just a deer. You know, it spooked and ran off. But they, you know, glowing eyes and a snort, and it's like, yeah, if you don't know what that is, it'll scare the shit out of you. What am I doing here? You know what? I'm just gonna... What'd I say? 6 hours? 8 hours? I don't remember. We'll just do 8 hours. There we go. How are we close? How are we on level? 86%. Okay. Alright. Let's go downstairs. Let's have... Wrong room. Let's have more snack. We're gonna have a breakfast pie. Although it's probably after lunch. Yeah, it's after lunch. Hey, let's go to the guild and see whether or not we got a promotion yet. It's entirely possible that I have to raise certain skills in order to get a promotion, which that's gonna be annoying if that's the case. But either way, here we are. Let's go ahead and do a pre-quest save. Actually, hold on. Nope. Cancel. Create an anchor. Then save. There we go. Excuse me. Hang on for a second. Let me see what the actual requirement is here. USP Daggerfall Mages Guild. Let's see if that tells us what the requirements are. Ranks. Oh no! Your guild rank is determined by a combination of your reputation with the Mages Guild and your 2 highest skills associated with the guild. So, I need a reputation of at least 40. My highest skill needs to be 47. My lowest skill needs to be 17. That's... okay. The low skill is not a problem. When do I get access to the merchant? Rank 3. No. Item maker. That's rank 5. So I have to have a reputation of 50 and a skill of 55. And it's 39. Dang. Well, I have the reputation I need. Alright. Alright. Time to go to the Fighters Guild and practice my magic. Why the Fighters Guild? Because it's free. So we're just going to focus on becoming a healer. Which is just as well because, boy, do we sure use healing magic. Yeah, boo this guild and its requirements of learning, of actually having to use magic. I'm a big, buff, beefy orc. Darn it. Isn't that enough magic for you? I could flex these muscles. That's like charm person, kind of. I guess it depends on what kind of person you are, if that's your thing. Some people don't like big, beefy anything. Some people prefer, you know, slim and svelte. Agile types. That's fine if you do. I'm not gonna yuck your yums. I think we'll just use quick saves. Alright, so, what did I say it needed to be at? 55? Yeah, I need to get that skill to 55. Everything else is where it needs to be. And not that 55, this 55. So, yay. Skill grinding. It's the best. Let's go ahead and turn the sound down a little bit. Because that's pretty loud. So how is everybody doing today? While we're standing here waving our hands around. Has anybody, hey, you know, while I'm thinking on it. Whoa, are you still playing this thing? I sure am, SG. Welcome in. How you doing today? I hope you're well. By the way, if you haven't already done so, give Val a follow. Val was streaming earlier today. In fact, if I do shout out in this method, it'll tell us what you were playing. Blasphemous 2. So if you're interested in a beautiful looking game with some Metrovania looking stuff going on, I didn't get a chance to watch it all. Be sure to give them a follow. What could possibly go wrong? Right? Oh gosh, the emotes on this is... Okay. I was gonna do a Bubsy emote, but... apparently trying to do that in OBS is a chore. It is a task. So, yeah. And you're welcome, Val. See, is this... That is not progressing our... Well, actually, we'll hold on to that. 86. I don't think it raised. No, it didn't raise. Medical skill improved. Oh, that did progress us towards level. Excellent. So we might end up leveling up as we go do this. Almost. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and sleep. There we go. Now we have leveled up. So we will spend 1 point into speed. And let's go ahead and max our strength. So now we've got 150 encumbrance. Now, I do have this uncapped. I can, I believe, go up to 200 for any attribute. But I do want to work on other attributes as well. I don't know which. Probably intelligence. So that well, no. Because I am going to be using magical items to give me a greater magical pool. So I may not strictly need to do that. Oh, well, we'll have to see. Maybe I'll throw a level into speed. Or maybe, well, no, luck and agility are not really important in the calculations from what I've been able to determine. Endurance is something that really should have been maxed earlier rather than later, but I do have like a high amount of hit points per level, so it's not quite as critical. Willpower is probably helpful. I don't know, we'll figure it out. What is our skill at now? 41. And I needed 55. Oh boy. Might be a little bit. Yep, there we go. This is the less interesting part about Elder Scrolls games, unfortunately. The figure out a way to grind your skills so that you can get what you need to get. I suppose it's a kind of equivalent to grinding in a JRPG. Looks like exercise, kinda. I mean, it is kind of exercise. It's waving my hands around kind of exercise. Once we get to 55, that's probably as far as we're going to get. Because, let's see. Rank 6 gives you access to a Daedra Summoner and guild member / services available 24 hours a day. Rank 8 gives you access to a teleporter service. I'm not interested in either of those. I just want the item maker. So yeah, once we get to 5, we are good. I do wish that you could change the sounds for this. Maybe there's a mod that makes the sounds a little less archaic. I don't know. And that is already progressing our experience. Doody 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 doo 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 doo. 47. Oh look, we only need 69 experience now. Nice. We might level up again. I don't know. Oh, really? I need to spend a little bit more before I... Oops, not what I wanted to do. Spend a little bit more magicka before I do a rest. We could do exercise like multiple things at the same time if we want. We could raise our jumping while we're working on our restoration. Which is, you know, you can't skip leg day. Oh, I don't have the spell points. Ah, dang it. Okay, it is ready. This feels silly. The fighter's guild has got to be wondering what the heck I'm doing. It's like, why are you waving your arms and jumping up and down for? You look like a maroon. It's kind of like jumping jacks. Jumping jacks is good exercise. Are you seeing the other guilds? No, what exercises do they do, Val? Do they do worse than jumping jacks? Magical jumping jacks? I think I like calling this magical jumping jacks. Okay, we're at 50. 5 more skill points. You're watching an exercise video on VHS? Are you really, or is that just me? And if you are really, like, what era is it from? Like, are we talking like the 80s, the 90s, the 70s? Did they do exercise videos in the 70s on VHS, or is VHS not quite a thing? I don't think VHS really took off until the 80s. Maybe late 70s. It's a joke because of the arms in your character. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I can't tell. But that would, I mean, that would have been cool. I have, like, a few old commercials. Maybe Betamax in the late 70s. Maybe. But I actually do have, like, some old commercials from a VHS tape. One of my childhood things that I just absolutely love to do, like, this was my summer routine, right? I would watch on VHS. We had a tape with the animated version of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and it had craft commercials interspaced. And it was like 2 days, like it was a two-parter. So like you had craft commercials throughout the whole thing. It was interesting from a media preservation point of view, and So it was The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, The Hobbit, the animated version of The Hobbit, and then an animated version of Mowgli's Brothers. And I always had to, like, close my ears because, like, there was a weird, horrible sound that the tape would make when transitioning from The Hobbit to Mowgli's Brothers. Like, the audio got all distorted and stuff, and I hated it so much. So I would jam my thumbs in my ears, and I would watch that video. I would eat beef ramen and have a big glass of Nestle Quick. This was before they called it Nesquik. And I would play Final Fantasy for the NES. And that was how I spent my summer evenings from like 11 o'clock to 6 in the morning. And then I would like crash on the couch. Because back then, like, you only had one TV. Well, we only had one TV. So if I wanted to play Nintendo and play it for as long as I wanted, I had to wait for everybody to go to bed. So that's what I would do. So that was my summer childhood. What about you all? Do you have any particular childhood memories that bring you that sense of nostalgia? I know SG and I have kind of talked about various things like that in the past when we were playing Project Zomboid. So I remember we were talking about the like cafeteria stuff when I was doing. Oh, I finally did enough jumping jacks. When we were talking about, cafeteria food and stuff like that back when I was trying to raise my metalworking skill on Project Zomboid on the server that we were doing. I'm actually gonna save. What other VHS movies do I have, I wonder? You used to get up at 5 in the morning on Saturdays to watch the awful Mega Man cartoon until your mom yelled at you to go back to bed? That's amazing. I think I know what Mega Man cartoon you're talking about, too. Like, at first I was thinking, like, Captain N, and I was like, did they spin that Mega Man off? And then I remembered the Mega Man. I know what you're talking about now. Like, it clicked in my head, and I was like, oh. That's amazing, and I'm kind of sorry that you had to go through that. But, I mean, if that was something that you loved, especially as a kid, I mean, that's what makes it awesome. Retro memories like that. You remember in the 2000s, every summer you would play games on the PS2, you'd stay up all night and play Jak and Daxter. Nice. Where are we at? Just 2 more points. I would say that my 2000s were probably filled with a lot of Morrowind. Because boy, did I play a lot of that game. That was where I actually first kind of started my journey discovering my inner orc. Was with Morrowind. I wanted to play a big beefy character, and none of the other races had like the proportions that I was looking for. The orcs were just sort of the biggest. So I went with that. And then I just sort of started figuring out like what the media stereotypes were, and just kind of figuring out, you know, this doesn't feel right for orcs. And Elder Scrolls was a little different. They didn't have too much. They only really started fleshing them out like a little bit later. But they had enough. And it was like, it got me started on my journey. And now I am where I am today. I think I just need one more point. Yeah, just one more point. How's our jumping? Where is our jumping? I have to jump 92 times. Let me ask you guys this. Was there any particular snack food that you remember from your childhood that you can't get anymore? It doesn't have to be a favorite one, just one that you remember having. The one I remember, back when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was just absolutely taking off, they used to have a little plastic thing that was green. This was around the time that the second movie came out, The Secret of the Ooze. So they had, I think it was around that time. I could be wrong on that one. But they had like a little plastic thing, and then like you would unscrew the top. There's like a little, kind of like a round. I'm gonna say this. It was kind of phallic looking if you really looked hard. But basically, it was like green ooze, and like it was a liquid lollipop. It was cherry flavored. It was just basically high fructose corn syrup that was green and tasted like cherry, artificial cherry. You definitely can't get that anymore. You quit eating all your childhood snacks because they were all really awful. That's fair. We are where we need to be. We are almost at a level up, so that's cool. Alright, let's go see if the guild will accept us as whatever we need to be. Most of your favorite snacks as a kid still exist today, like fruit gushers. Oh, nice. Okay, good, it is daytime. South? South. I'm trying to think of like those kind of snacks that I would have. I'll be honest, most of my snacks were not like the fruity stuff like that. If it was, it would be things like Skittles. My favorite snacks were the crunchy types. Doritos was my main one. Doritos was my favorite. You miss Crunch Taters? Oh, there was one, gosh, what was it called? Tater Skins. And C79, welcome in. How you doing today? Haven't seen you too much. I hope you've been doing well. Talk. Okay. Get quest? Oh gosh. Do I need to sleep? Hang on, let me reload here. Oh. Okay, I saved right before. Alright. Well, hang on. Do we have everything we need? 50 reputation, 55 skill. Low skill needs to be 21. Our low skill is 30. I should say next highest. So we've got 55. And this is 55. Yeah, we got everything we need. Those cheese balls, they still make those. I remember that was not something that I usually got, but when we would visit my grandfather in Florida, that was like he had a canister of those. So that's where I mostly remember those Planters cheese balls. Crunch taters. You know, I'm gonna have to look this one up. You've sparked my curiosity. Crunch tators. Oh wow, that is a 90s font. That isn't. Wait. They're selling them on eBay. An unopened bag of crunch taters. Apparently, it was in the Home Alone movie. Crunch taters. Extra crunchy potato chips. Mighty Mystique? Or Mighty Mesquite Mystique, yeah. Crunch taters are back. Oh, apparently I guess they came back for some period. Huh. Wonder when that was. But yeah. I think I remember seeing those at some point, but yeah, I didn't see them for very long. You always miss it when they return? Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, well, okay, hold on. What if I just talk to somebody else? Make magic items, talk. Okay. So I gotta wait 24 hours. Let's loiter for a while. $19.48. What time is it? 7. Shuffles. There are these cheese crackers in the shapes of card suits. That's actually kind of cool. I like that idea. Okay, we've waited 24 hours. Talk. No. Get quest. Okay, I can't cast sleep. Okay, I'll try to do one quest to see if that helps. Gravest import you would like you to... Okay, sure. There's a rebel mage that needs eliminated. You know what? Hold on. Can we just do, like, a protect the thing in the guild kind of gig? Can you do that for us? Come on, Atronak. Oh, we don't have the open spell. Need you to guard him. Okay, yeah. We will do the guarding. Okay. What's his name? Gondeville Buckingham. It's not you. I should bring out my weapon, because I'm certain that there's going to be somebody who... is it in here again? Yes. Okay, cool. Alright. Then... loiter for a few hours. There you are. Stand aside, apprentice whelp. We mean to cut down Gondeville Buckingham before he can awaken. Move, or we will cut you down too. Nope. You die. Oh, hi. Wow. Okay, then. You want to come over here, lady? Yeah, thanks. Anybody else? Last time there was somebody hiding behind this door. Nope, not this time. Okay. There you are. Okay, you were hiding behind the door. Just you were really, really well hidden. Look, can you come over here? There, thank you. A dwarven die katana. Too bad we're not using blades. That should be it. The guild sends its compliments on a job well done. Gondeville Buckingham is most grateful. Here is the flail he promised. Cool. Alright. So does this get me enough of a reputation that you're going to increase my rank? Come on. How do I check my rank? How do I get this up? Come on, guys. I don't want to do the Mage Guild stuff anymore. Let's go take a nap at the inn. Maybe I'm gonna try raising. Oh shoot. I'm casting the wrong spell. I'm gonna try raising it one more point, get above 55, see if that does the trick. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this. You kind of missed the Legend of Zelda Super Mario. Oh my god, I had that. Tell me, C79, did you encounter the same issue where, like, one of the flavors was great and the other one tasted awful? Like, the berry one to me was awful, but the fruity one was good, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm gonna say not 12 days, 2 days. And then Orc wants snack. Alright. Alright. Sounds about right. Okay, so that wasn't just me. I also remember those, what is it called when you, like, move it a little bit and the image changes? Not articulate. Let me look it up. Super Mario Brothers serial tip card? Okay, that's not helping me at all. Okay, so I think I used holographic to look for it. Oh, okay. Serial. Okay, well apparently I don't remember the search term that I used anymore. Oh, we leveled up. Alright. We'll go ahead and put that to speed. What are we going to raise? What do we want to increase? I actually want to go ahead and increase speed. Like, I want my weapon speed to be better, because everybody else is smacking me left and right. So I think we'll improve our weapon speed, our weapon swing speed. Okay, now that we're level 8, now that our restoration is above 55, it's 941. The Mages Guild is 9. Okay. So now the Mages Guild should be open. We should be able to raise our rank. Like, we should be good now, right? Our reputation is 60. Our skill is 56. Our next highest is 30. Right? That's what we need. Enchanter. Reputation 50, high skill 55, low skill 51. Restoration. Is mysticism used? Yes. Okay. So yeah, I should be meeting the requirements to rank up. Do I have to... Is this like a have to wait 30 days kind of thing? Like, if this say you can only do it once a month? If that's the case... Oh, that's irritating. But then, at least Let me actually look that up. Step on the toes of other factions. How do I raise? I don't care about any of this. Okay, there's zero information that is helping me figure out why my rank is not going up in the guild. Okay, do a quick save. I'm gonna talk to somebody else. Alright, come on! You. Talk. Raise my rank. No, I'm not available for this. Oh my god. I think I'm time limited. I don't think I can raise in rank again for another however long. So we're gonna leave that go. We're gonna leave that go. We'll come back another time, and ideally, we will be able to raise our rank, and then everything will be swell. Oh, we never did get that flail identified. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. We probably won't ever use it, because it's... Oops. What was it? A steel flail. Yeah, that's it's not gonna do us no good. Yeah, random selection of stuff like that is generally pretty bad. But let's go ahead and identify it so that we can sell it. A steel flail of good luck. Cast when held, Jack of Trades. Okay, well that's nice. Bleh. Okay, well, you all can think about making me a better magey person, I guess. I'm gonna go crack some skulls. Actually, I'm gonna go find somebody to sell all this crap to. Actually, while I'm thinking on it, give me 1 second, guys. Let's see, community. Right? Yeah. I hope I did that right. Okay, yeah, that looks correct. There you go. There. I made you a VIP C79. Because you were here for pretty much all of our Bastard Bonds run. And I appreciate your presence. I'm glad when you are here, and you are missed when you're gone. Running out of VIP slots, though. I needed one for my bot. This is a residence. This is not a store. Wait. Okay. Armor store. Maybe I will find upgrades to my equipment, because at level 8... Yeah, we're level 8. Where's my notes? Level 8 should unlock... Oh. Okay. No, never mind. It was 7 that unlocked Mithril. And 9 unlocks Adamantium. So, yeah, it's just Mithril. Let's hope we can find more Mithril gear. Got anything? No? Okay. How about here? Oh, okay, Adamantium. I thought that unlocked a later level? Maybe I misread the graph. Okay, well, Adamantium is unlocked. We don't have anything good, but, you know, That's fine. How much do we need to do? Mercantile. I'll do 20. One. There we go. And then we'll just bulk sell you the rest. Mithril mace. What is that? 4 to 15, 5 to 20, yeah. There's some elven stuff, which is always good to see. Jeez, how much stuff am I? My hand is getting sore from clicking. Now, did you give me that in gold? Yeah, you did. Sometimes they'll give you a letter of credit because it's just a lot of money. Oh, do you buy magic items? You'll buy this. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I ain't going to use that. Alright, what other junk have we got to sell? I think ingredients. Ingredients. Iron cursing mace. Why didn't you want to buy? Oh, hold on. Do that. That. The rest of that is in ingredients. Alright, let's go back in. We'll go ahead and sell this stuff as well. He won't buy the cat suit, which is fine. Alright. This stuff didn't refresh, did it? No, it did not. Yeah, it kind of sticks around for a bit. No worries. Let's jump in here. Nothing good. Nope. Dang. Yeah, dungeons really are the best place to shop for equipment. Next. Oh, excuse me. There is a store down here somewhere. The Essential Physics. Where we should be able to get rid of all this. Hi. Would you like to buy all these ingredients except for the gems? I'm saving the gems. Alright, that takes care of that. Now, I don't need this shirt. Potion recipe, cure disease, which is definitely something we want to keep. Alright. I guess the used supply store should be able to accept clothing. Like a general store, they should be able to accept that. Bloop. Right down here. Yes, this is where we want to be. Hi. Would you like to buy this random shirt and this sexy outfit? It'll make you hot. Enough this is... I saw the word dick and I was like, what? Me talking about the suit making you hot. You're like, enough of this endless digging. No, dickering. Dickering, slightly different connotation there. I mean, that's the way that you want to negotiate prices. But, not everybody approves of that methodology. But if it gets you a discount... Alright. I think it's time to work a little bit on the main quest until the Mages Guild decides that they want to increase my rank. So, there were two things. Okay, so we're on the mission to investigate the Shade of King Lysandus. Okay. So these are not the two things I'm talking about. It's actually, no, in my inventory that I need to look. Because we've got two letters. We've got this letter from Prince Lotun in Castle Sentinel. Greetings and salutations. I hope your trip was uneventful. They say that you are keenly interested in the haunting of Daggerfall. My father and King Lysandus were somewhat close. Should you come visit me, I might be able to shed some light upon recent events involving Lysandus. And then the other one. Dear Iagra, my eyes and ears abroad say that you are interested in the fate of a certain letter. Any emperor should not be so careless, nor should a queen. You really should come visit me in Castle Wayrest. I have some most interesting tidbits that I'm sure you would enjoy hearing. Now, I do have my itinerary. So there's two parts to Daggerfall. There's the Emperor's Letter and then the Restless King's Spirit. I think we're going to start with the Emperor's Letter. We do have the level requirements to complete this, because it looks like you just need to be level 5. So we do Morgaia's Wedding, and then there's some other things that we do. Although we have to go back to Daggerfall for those. And that's fine. Let's see. Yeah, that's in Sentinel. And then that's... Okay. So yeah, I'm just looking at my rough itinerary here. There's not like a whole lot of details in terms of like how the quest goes or what I'm supposed to do in the dungeons when there are dungeons. But Wayrest is where we need to go. Yeah, Sentinel, we'd have to go to a whole other region for that. So, Castle Wayrest. Nope. This button. This is where we need to be. Let me see something real quick. My cursor is not showing up. Like I'm circling the castle right now. My cursor's not showing up, is it? I think that's a problem. Hang on. Studio mode. Where is Daggerfall Unity? It says capture cursor. What is force SDR? So I think something is not capturing correctly, and it's been like this for a while and I just never realized it. Let's see, OBS force SDR. Oh. SDR, I guess, is standard definition? Oh, it's a color space display. Okay, no, I don't. Capture audio. Why is this not capturing the cursor? Oh, you did see the cursor? Oh, okay. I wonder why I didn't then. Like, I'm looking in OBS, but here, let me try this. If I do this... Oh, okay. I just needed to move everything out of the way. All right. Sorry, I'm a dum-dum. I'm being silly. I'm worrying about nothing. If I watched my own VODs, I probably would have realized that. Yeah, I guess when I tab out, the cursor disappears, and that made me think, oh, the cursor's just gone. Like I'm pointing to things and nobody knows where I'm pointing. So don't mind me. Imagined technical issue that doesn't exist. This is fine. I'll be alright. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. I was doing a lot of writing. I had a scene in my head that I wanted to get out. So like, it's like 11-ish. Between 10 and 11 after I had a shower last night. I was like, I'll just do a little bit of writing before bed. 7 hours later, finally I get what's in my brain out of my brain. And then I go and finally go to bed. Okay, let's go talk to Morgaya. Wow, that's loud. Are you You're not. Hi. You're trying to track down that letter of the Emperor's, yes? There are very few scandals in the Bay of which I am totally ignorant. I could give you some information, but nothing is without a price. That I know well. I need a champion who doesn't fear the fire of oblivion. Are you interested? Sure. Dark goddess protect us, that is a relief to me. Do not ask any questions. Get this letter to a certain high-level sorcerer at the Necromancer's Crypt, Scourgebarrow, in the Dragontail Mountains. Avoid the rift. If you see it, you have gone too far. They will not be expecting you, and will not wait for any introductions. The necromancers feel that death is a reward for the living, not a punishment. Once you have delivered the letter, they would feel no need to guarantee your safety. It is their way. I need the letter delivered and a response from King of Worms in my hand 1 month from now at the absolute latest. The risks are very high, Iagra. Please do not fail. Okay. We have our main quest. Let us go. And yeah, we exit by this tiny little door with a skull. No. We'll go ahead and exit. Alright. Dragontail Mountains. That's Rothgarian Mountains. Okay, so this is a long journey. So it'll take us 7 days to get there if we're reckless, 13 if we're cautious. Oh shit, hang on. You know what we forgot to do? Again. Create an anchor. And we'll save under ongoing quest. Now we can travel there. And we'll go recklessly. You're getting sleepy, Wolf? No problem. Well, thank you for stopping in. I do appreciate that you were here today. And I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. We'll catch you later. You have a good one. Rest well. Let us begin. Okay. Then I will do a full heal. Alright. An open grave yawns in your path. It's sleepy too. Do I need to dump anything into my wagon before I go in there? No, we're good. You got a new personal best in car with your favorite car on your favorite track? Nice! By the way, if you haven't already done so, give Satiated Guria a follow. The original speedrunning, indeed. Be sure to check him out. He loves to stream car. And sometimes he'll stream like a normal person. You weren't on stream just playing. That's fine. It's good that you got a chance to get a personal best. Because sometimes the physics don't cooperate in that game. Do I have... Let's see. Let me see if I can find a clip. What am I doing? I'm opening my own channel by accident. It's not what I wanted to do. Content, clips, open a new tab. Some user-made tracks have hilarious imperfections for all the brilliance that they have. Oh boy. That kind of worries me. Let's see, by channel. Satiated Guria. Let's share. Let's share the time that, we'll do a couple. Here's the time that your engine went out into space. And now you're going to miss out on the breakfast buffet. Also, this was the very first one that I got for your stream. Is, well, we did. Rocket Man, yes. Alrighty. So there's a few clips for you to enjoy. The kind of thing that you can kind of chill back and relax and watch SG launch his car engine into outer space. When he's not flipping around upside down. Alright. Here we are in a barrow. I can interact with it, and inside is nothing. Excuse me, sorry about that. So we can open them all, but I have seen this to know that we do want to come here. I'd love to know why I'm having such difficulty getting down here. Eep! Hi, mummies. Hi. Ow. Lots of undead to deal with. Mummy just died. You see, the traditional way to winning a race is to cross the finish line. Yeah. But sometimes you just got to do things differently, you know? Okay. I don't remember the way, so we'll try the fancy looking door. Okay, this... What just happened? I should heal. There is a spell effect on me, and I do not know what it is. How do I find out? Loot pile, though. space launch is a new approach. They still got to check the rulebook for that one. Very true. What? What was that? What is this? Is some... What is this? What is that? There's some spell effect on me. I don't know what it is. What did that say? See, save versus spell made. Health. I'm healthy, so it's not like poison or anything. History? No. See, there's no way to tell like what your active effects are, to my knowledge. It doesn't show you in the spell book. So yeah, I just gotta wait for whatever the spell thing at the bottom is there to, I guess, wear off. I don't know. Whoa! What? 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 I don't remember this. I don't remember this at all. Oh, there's not even anything down here. Okay. Well. Yeah, I didn't even need to do that. Ow. Yeah, that was, I don't know what that door was intended to do. Apparently it was not a door. It said interact, so I'm gonna have to be wary of that. I'm stuck in a pit. Hold on. Has that been draining my magicka? Interact. Oh, that's rude. That's rude. Also, I think that was draining my magicka. Alright, we're gonna have to go outside. Maybe not. Okay, how... Am I in the wrong spot? Alright. Can I sleep here? Yes. No. Freaking bats. Go away. Alright. So that was some shenanigans. Okay, so there's other places to go. So I went down the wrong one. Alright. Okay. And this gives you levitate so that you can get back out if you need to. So the other was a trap. Now I'm floating and I can't get down. Oops. Hello, zombie. I'm gonna float just out of reach. Okay, this is actually a terrible idea. Zombie dead. I'm gonna float not out of reach. Like, I think I'm out of reach, but I'm really not. Ow! Ow. Ow! Why do you have to hit so hard? There we go. Okay. Alright. Ooh, I don't want to do cave exploration. So many bats. Yeah, I don't like doing cave exploration. I do remember getting lost here. I remember very much getting lost here. Okay, well, time to bring out my lockpick. Grizzly bear just died. Great. There was a bear, now there's not. Oh! Well, that was easy. Who are you? Well met, stranger. Okay, well, you're not who I have to talk to. You're who I need to talk to. Very good. If you are not rewarded with death by the loyal servants of the Barrow, give this note to Princess Morgaya, please. Oh, and I never read the note. Princess done, yeah. So there was a request in the original, which, you know, what was my... Yeah, we can just reload. We just reload. We can save. We can read that. So, King of Worms, I agree to your terms. I will give you my first, and you will exert your influence on the King of Firsthold on Somerset Isle. Only you can let him speak with his dead son. For that, he would even marry Nilfgaard. M. So we give that to him. So his response is done. So they have had an agreement. And we basically do that. Yeah. Okay. So we're done in here. It's nighttime, but I hope that's not a problem. Yeah, they don't care what time it is. Everybody stays up all night. It is done. I'll be Queen of Firsthold, although I'm sure the engagement will be quite lengthy. Now, I promised you information about the Emperor's letter. The letter you seek is in the hands of Gortwog, the warlord of the Orcs. He bought it from one of the Thieves Guild... He bought it from the Thieves Guild of Daggerfall after one of the number stole it from Queen Ibuki. I confess I don't know why the Emperor sent it to Ibuki. The girl is innocent to a fault, and everyone knows that Gothrid is not the loyal Empire toady that Lysandus was. Of course, my own family... Well, enough of this boring court gossip. If you really want to find this letter, you should get in good with Minisera, the former Queen of Daggerfall, and Queen Mother to Gothrid. I wouldn't directly approach her. Start with someone of lower station. Okay, we cannot talk to her again. We're done here. Okay. So that is, do we have... Okay, we don't have anything more to go with that yet. So I think we have to wait. No, I just want to exit. I think we have to wait. For the next quest to appear. Let's see. Oh no, we do continue. We have to go to Daggerfall Castle and talk to someone of lower station. Okay. Okay. Do we have anything we need to sell? A couple of things. Yeah, we got a few things. Yeah, I'll keep that just in case. Okay. I will be right back. I just need to use the washroom. So, Be right back. All right. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate it. All right. Let us, now that we are not in any particular rush, we will go ahead and do saves. Let. So we need to go to Daggerfall. Oh, come on, I know it was around there somewhere. Okay. Oh, geez. So, I can go recklessly, and it'll take 52 days, or cautiously at 104 days. Yeesh. Yeah, 935 hours for a player-controlled journey, which is a bit much. But yeah, let's go ahead and do recklessly because it'll get us there quicker. And then we'll just stay the night somewhere. Actually, I realize there's a slight problem. We do not want to be in Daggerfall at night. You're welcome, satiated Gria. No, we're too close to the... Okay. About here. There we go. Ow. Oh, okay. Well, why can't I carry anymore? What the heck am I carrying? Oh, it's the gold. That's why. Gold is heavy. More another potion of work strength, huh? Okay then. Rest for the night. Okay. It is midnight. You know what I didn't do? I didn't bring my sound levels back up. We gotta have horse. We can't hear horse chirping quietly in the background. Anyway. Rest for a while. Let's see. If it's midnight, we are gonna want 8 hours. Oh, hello. Giant. Hi there. That girl is just, I'm just gonna walk away from that giant and whatever mess is going on over there. Which, I don't blame you. But now that we don't have to worry about Lysandris' ghost attacking us and shouting, "Vengeance!" A young lad with the Rose of Wayrest embroidered on his surcoat appears at your side, hands you an engraved card, and disappears. Okay. King Edwir and Queen Berenzaya, sovereigns of the Kingdom of Wayrest, are proud to announce the engagement of Morgaya, Princess of Wayrest, to Caradil, King of Firsthold in the Isle of Somerset. Cool. It's not exactly a wedding invitation, it's more of a this is happening kind of thing, but that's cool. It's always good to know that things are moving forward. Maybe enough time has passed. We can go to the Mages Guild and we'll get a promotion. Actually, let me check something. The affiliations hasn't changed any, but yeah. We'll go check. We will go and check. Yeah, it's just straight this way. Music. Thank you. I had to think about it for a little bit. Oh, I gotta take my pills. One moment, please. Refreshing water. Always good. Alright. To the Mages Guild. Splashing in puddles. Hitting the wrong buttons. Okay, it's up here. There it is. Oh, goodness, excuse me. Oh, right. So we need to loiter for 3 hours. And then wait a few minutes. We'll practice our jumping while we wait. Gotta get in leg day. Jumping impatiently while they wait to open the door. There. Now, by order of the Archmagister of the Iliac Bay and the Council of the Mages of Daggerfall, Iagra the Orc is henceforth promoted to the rank and title of Enchanter. Your devotion and prowess is thus noted. Strive ever forward. Excellent. Let's go enchant some gear. Alright. I actually am going to want to do a ongoing quest save. Actually, let's do enchant gear. Let's make magical items. Alright. So let me check my... Is it in my itinerary that I have this stuff? No. I have this somewhere else. Item prep, that's where it is. Alright. Let's see. Extra spell points. Wasn't there something? Oh, hang on. I gotta get this stuff out of the wagon. There we go. Okay. So let's see. I think it was Health Leech. Whenever used. But because we're not using it, we get those 4,000 points for free. So now we get increased weight allowance. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna want that. Let's see. We'll see. Oh gosh, yeah, that's the other thing. This is gonna be kind of expensive. Oh, hang on. Exit. There. Now we've got our letter of credit plus all of our gold. Yeah, we've got 116,000 gold to work with. Alright. Add side effects. Health leech. Whenever used. Okay. So now we want extra spell points. And we just put all the seasons. So we'll do spring. Summer. Fall. Winter. Increased weight allowance, 50% additional. Anything else? Strengthens armor. I don't know. I don't know if additional weight allowance stacks. We'll have to experiment with that. We will have to experiment. Actually, should be able to find out. Let's see. Increased weight increases your total encumbrance when it's applied. It does not stack with other items that have the increased weight allowance effect. And a 50% will always override 25%. So there's we only have to do this once. Which is fine. That is perfectly fine. Improves talents. I don't even know what Adrenaline Rush does, to tell you the truth. Regenerates health all the time. No. That's like really ridiculously expensive. Enhances skill, extra spell points, featherweight. Not that these are particularly heavy in the first place. I guess strengthens armor isn't terrible bad. Does that stack? Increases your armor rating by 5 when it is equipped. Does not stack with other items that have strength and armor. Okay, so yeah, so we only really need it once. Improves talents. Let me see something here. Improves an already existing talent when the enchanted item is equipped. I don't know if I have those talents. I think I do. I'll have to check. What is this thing about that? Okay, that can only be applied to weapons. Yeah, I don't want to stack... I'm going to be enchanting other things, so I don't necessarily need to stack too much on here. I don't think. Let's see. Enhance the skill increases a skill by 15 points when it's equipped. Don't really want to do that though. Let's see, 75 points, which does stack. Sets the weight to 0.25 kilograms. Okay, let me see if I have these talents. Okay, I do have these talents, so that would be valid if I wanted to do that. There's that health leech when used. Extra spell points. Spring. Summer. Fall. Winter. Weight allowance 50%. Strengthens armor. Enhanced skill. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Improves talents. I don't know if I want to enhance my hearing, to be honest. Like, I'm hearing monsters all over the place, but I'm not hearing, like, what's on top of me, so I don't know if that's going to help. Athleticism. And Adrenaline Rush. What do we want to call this thing? Let's see. Da, 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 da. I don't know what I want to call this. Trying to think of a creative name for this thing, but I don't know. We'll just call it a Sapphire of Power, I guess. So 45,000 gold for this. So now we have this fine object. And that gives us a little bit more to work with in terms of that. Go ahead and do... oh. Health leech. Never used. We'll do more mana. Spring. Summer. Fall. Winter. Winter? Winter. So we don't need to do the weight allowance. Yeah, I think that's all I need. I don't want to spend too much money on this. Vampiric effect, what does that do? Allows the enchanted item to transfer health to you from an enemy at range when the enchanted item is equipped. In this case, the enchantment would passively transfer a point of health to you from an enemy in melee range approximately every 20 real-time seconds, or when the enchanted weapon successfully strikes an enemy. Note that while the vampiric effect when strikes enchantment may also be applied to items other than weapons, it will have no effect in that case. Okay, well, that's fun. I don't think we're going to do that. Wonder. I seem to recall using the moon option was not good. Because there's option for new moon, half moon, and full moon. But... like, what about crescent moon? I don't know. Well... we'll see if this works the way I'm hoping it was. I'm hoping it'll give me 150. One from the season stack, and then one from the moon stack. But this might just be at night? I don't know. I'm really not sure how that's going to work. I'd prefer it to be consistent, but I guess we'll figure it out. Let's see. Sapphire of mana, I guess. Because really that's all it's doing is improving mana. Or magicka. Okay, let's see what it gives us. So we've got 285. And if we put this on... just do this. Now we got 360. And because orcs can't math... it's 285. Okay, so that's just 75. So it might need to be nighttime to get that bonus, or it might not work. Like, it may not stack. I don't know. I might have just wasted a bunch of money. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Let's see. We need... Cast when used. Recall. Okay, so we'll do one of those. And I guess emerald. Cast when used. Levitate. I probably should have given them, like, Runestone of Floating so that they're consistently named, but whatever. Okay. So we can get rid of the Creeping Cloth Amulet. I don't think this stacks. Let's find out. No, it does not. So I'll probably sell both of these off. And I don't think I'm going to have the money to do anything else. So I have, let's see. I still have 37,000 in my letter of credit. Well, hold on a second here. Okay, yeah, it is there, so we're good. Okay. Let me make... Go ahead and save that. Let us make a ring. Used. Good reputation with commoners. Good reputation with merchants. Oh, I don't have enough money for that. That's fine. Oh, absorb spells was the other thing I was going to point out. How much do I need for that? 55,000. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do that. Okay, we'll wait to do this. We need more money before we can make more enchanted gear. This is fine. The main thing is that now we can. So that is good. Where is... The Fighters Guild is way over there. That's fine, we gotta go over there anyway. Apparently that shielding spell lasts for a while. But it didn't seem to... It didn't seem to help. What kind of store is this? Can I sell... Can I sell enchanted junk here? Possibly. Yes, okay. So if I wanted to sell this and this, because this is cast when used levitate, which that's the same thing. Okay. I don't need this regular mark. Nope, select. Holy shoot, why am I carrying 2 small statues? That's silly. Okay, well now we can afford to do what we wanted to do with one of the rings. That's like 30 kilograms of just statues. Look, small statue, 15 kilograms. Why? Why did I do that? I gotta learn to actually look at what I'm picking up. Oh boy. Alright, let's go. Let's go and get a ring enchanted. And then after that, I think I'm going to be out of money. Okay, we'll do a quick save. Make magic items. Ring. So, extra spell points during spring. During summer. During fall. During winter. Good reputation with commoners and good reputation with merchants. This is going to be Laborer's Ring of Anna. Okay. So that gives us 435 magicka to work with. So it's going to be a lot better in terms of using healing spells. But we can do more powerful healing. More powerful spells in general if we want now. But really it's just the healing that I need, otherwise I'm just going to smash things with a hammer. But having the extra magicka does help. Probably. Now that we're nearly broke. Take a 4-hour nap. So the Fighter's Guild, I will admit, is not terribly interesting. What time is it? 16:44. We should be able to go to the castle. That's where we wanted to go, right? I think. I can close that for now. Whoops. Dang it. Sorry about that. Trying to get to my notes. Yeah, we have to talk to somebody in Daggerfall Castle. Okay. So we want to go this way. I'd look in the armor shop for anything good, but I don't have the money. Okay, hang on. That is the entrance, right? Yes, okay, good. Go ahead. Well, no, I don't want to do this one. Do 11. Next main quest. Well, next letter quest, actually. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we're not getting in there. Is it, like, the wrong time of day? Well, hang on. Maybe I talked to the guard. All are free to petition His Highness at this time. Do not stray from the audience chamber, lest ye have royal blessing to do so. Always speak politely to the king and queen, and above all, cast no spells whiles within these walls. Do ye agree with these terms? Yes. Oh, okay. They don't just let you walk through the doors. You actually got to talk to somebody and, like, be announced and stuff. I got it. Okay. Well, they don't want me to talk to... They don't want me to, like, directly talk to them. They wanted me to talk to somebody of lower station. Knight? You see a knight. Thanks. I can't talk to you. You're a lady, so I suppose you're not who I want to talk to. Are you somebody of lower station? What am I supposed to ask? I should probably be polite. Even if I'm not very good at it. General? Castle Daggerfall? No. Regional? No, we don't need regional. People, things, work? No. Tell me about... Any news? Gwydon Hearthstone insulted Fairkern in a missive. Now Merkwasa is out to get the Dark Brotherhood. Where am I? You're in Castle Daggerfall in Daggerfall. Thanks. I don't know. Tell me about the Underking? How refreshing. An orc with manners. Sadly, I know nothing of the Underking. Well, thanks for talking to me. You're a lord, so I probably shouldn't talk to you yet. They said not to go off to the side, though. So I don't know if I should be going in through those doors. You don't look like you're special. Don't take that as an insult. Just found out that the Lesson Hills cut a deal with Daggerfall. Interesting, huh? Sure. Okay, bye. Hello, what are you waving? Are those grapes? Bells? Probably bells. You're standing next to somebody playing a guitar. Hello, little girl. Tell me about news. Until recently, mixers of Arcade and mixers of Zen worked together. They just recently severed their alliance. Fascinating, little girl. Battle mage. Is there somebody up here I can talk to? That's, like, not royalty? Good day. Like, I don't know who I'm supposed to talk to. Wayrest has cemented relationship with High Elves of Firsthold by marriage. Yes. I helped. Well met. Okay. Cool. King Gothrid, Queen Ibuki. I don't know. I guess I can advance further in stealth. Okay. Oh, who's this Joker? Never understood why Bergama and Enteclair were feuding. Well, at least that's over now. Why am I hearing a secret door thing somewhere? Apparently there's a secret door somewhere and it's very loud. Princess Morgaya has left Wayrest for the Somerset Isle and the King of Firsthold. Yep, I know I helped. Okay, I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna see if it'll let me go into a door. Oh, it says interact. Okay, I don't like that. Door, okay, that's locked. That's probably a terrible idea. That's also locked. The clatter of pots and pans smell of bread waft through the door. Oh. Hi! Oh, I talked to you, okay. Hey, if I told you I could give you a bit of information, let's say about that letter of Milady, would you be interested there, Iagra? I thought so. Now, mind you, I ain't giving it away. Before I scratch your back, you gotta scratch mine. Deal? Yes. My name is Cassandra. Daggerfall. What? Yes, that's where I'm at. I'll tell you everything I know, but I don't need to remind you that there ain't no such thing as free information, do I, Iagra? I'm just a maid to Her Highness, nothing but a fleck to the world, and my needs ain't big. I need this werewolf done in. Oh no. I know just where it is. Some Kinnereth forsook hole called TriStar Laboratory, off the coast over Bethany Way. I can't tell you why, but it's important to me that the werewolf gets put out of its misery. I'll wait here for 153 days for you. That ought to be plenty of time. Oh, but I don't want to kill a werewolf. Werewolves are friends. Okay, yeah. Well. Bethany. Boy, is that going to bring back memories. I mean, kind of, but not really. Huh. Alright, then. Bethany. Where did she say it was called? TriStar Laboratory. Whoops. Okay, so we are going to need a ship. Otherwise, we're swimming there, and for some reason it takes only 5 days. It costs more by ship, but it only takes 2 days. We will go ahead and go in cautiously, though. Alright, we're here. Your eyes suddenly sting, and you noticed a strong acrid odor. Is this where I need to be? No? Oh god, it's gonna be one of these situations, isn't it? Oh, here we are. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Yep, that's it. Okay. Save, ongoing, and quick save. So we have to find a werewolf, unfortunately. And slay it, which makes me sad. Werewolves are friends. Ah, jeez! Okay. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Me being tired does not make my nerves any less shot. No, everything's fine. Stop hitting me. You're hurting. Ooh, a mithril short sword. Too bad I don't use blades. Give that a second for my, one for my health to regeneration, and two for my nerves to settle slightly. I was not expecting somebody to be right there behind the door. Oh my goodness. That was... yeah. Oh my gosh, I gotta rub my eyes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Okay, this is just an empty corridor, I guess. Hi. You gonna... what? What are you? Oh, geez, you hurt. Okay. So there's an iron Atronak. That is an ice Atronak. Okay. Yeah, come here. Okay, good. I just made my... sheesh. The ice Atronak has nothing. The iron Atronak has nothing. Ooh, loot. More loot. Those are not loots. Those are just decorative. Okay. Right, let's bring out my lockpick. Knock. Knock. Sturdy thing, isn't it? Finally. All that and nobody's home. Sheesh. Wait, did I? No, I want to go this way. What? A letter watching the moon rise over Castle Daggerfall. What is this? You find a diary fragment written in a clear hand. I have no memory of coming to this place. If I have been kidnapped, for what? We have no money in Sindasa? I think I mispronounced that before. Sindasa is barely tolerated by the nobles at court. My last clear memory is of watching the moon rise over Castle Daggerfall. I don't think that progresses the quest. I think I need to actually find the werewolf and do something. I assume. You're not a werewolf. You're a scantily clad woman. Come on. Come out. Thank you. I don't want to accidentally hit the door. Thank you. Okay, well, nothing else in there. Okay, I just kind of went roundabout. Okay, well, that's all there is there. Cool. Excuse me. Turn that up slightly. It's very soft in my ears. Okay, this is not the direction I need to go. I might as well come this way and drop off. Yes, I heard you. There. You're not gonna get me from behind. This was not... Oh, hi. I like how they bleed. There's nothing else in there. Where is... As a random aside, I don't have a teleport out. So that was dumb. Okay, I need to remember where the exit is so that I can set a recall. Here we go. Alright. Let me go ahead and set recall here. Alright. Whoa! Ow. I mean, this looks to be beyond my skills. There. Telling me can't open a door with my lockpick. How rude. Don't tell me what to do, game. I do what I want. Tell me what I can or cannot do. Ow! Oh, jeez, that hurt! Okay. Well, that's no good. Oh. Oh, hi. I don't want to deal with you right now. Okay. Oh, okay, where'd you come from? Okay, nothing there. Jeez. Can I rest? Okay. Ow. Jeez. I saw you hide behind the door there. Hold on. Oh, what's this? I can't do anything with it. Oh well. Starting to feel a little bit lost. Oh, jeez. Ouch. Ouch. There. Oh, well, I've been here before. Great. I'm turned around. This doesn't really help me figure out where I haven't been. You know? Oh well. I guess I'll backtrack a little bit. Because this is where I'm a little... I guess I'm still exploring this area. Maybe. I mean, I may have been here. I mean, clearly I was here. Okay, before I go down... What do we got going on over here? Okay, I have not been here. Loot. Okay. Ooh. I hear an angry wolf sound. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Stop it! Okay. I heard angry wolfy sounds, but I'm not finding any... Another place like this? Ow. Ow. Ow! Oh, hello. This is a big place. I don't know what the lever did. I wasn't sure if I heard something behind me. Ooh, you've got an enchanted mace. Nice. Angry wolfy sounds? No. You are not making the angry wolfy sounds. What about... I guess I can jump down here. Oh, rappel mode. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Oh, okay. Ow, what? What? Jeez. The body of the werewolf begins to transform before your eyes. In just a few minutes, it has become a young man who seems to bear a strong resemblance to Sindasa. Okay. I think we've done what we need to do here. We can go. I guess I'll kill you first. The gasp! I wasn't trying to rest, I wanted to cast. Let's go ahead and put this stuff in the wagon before we do anything. We need to get that identified. Alright. So the fun thing about Bethany, I don't think there is a Bethany anymore. Like, there used to be a town Bethany. And there is not. No. So the Bettany demo just had, like, the main town was called Bettany. There were various dungeons and places that you could go. There wasn't really a whole lot you could do. Like, there weren't really any quests, but you could do, like, the Fighters Guild. You could do the Mages Guild. You could do... I think there was temples. I don't know if there was anything else. So, like, you know, no actual main quest or anything like that. But you could actually play it for quite some time. Like, the only time that I realized that there was a time limit on the game was when I committed murder. and I stayed in jail so long that the game was basically, that's all the time, thanks for playing. And I was like, oh, you have a limited amount of time you can play, okay. Mostly, I just went out into the wilderness, and I kept sleeping until there were enemies, and then I killed the enemies, and then I got lots of loot. And then I bought a house. Because that's just what you did in Daggerfall. Alright. Ship. You can't travel by ship from here since there's no port. Oh? Hold on. Hold on. Oh. Really? Because that sure makes a lot of sense. I have to travel to Whitefort because this city in the middle of the island has a port. Let's go somewhere slightly more logical. Alright. You will have to wait until tomorrow if you are planning on making any equipment purchases for... Oh, shoot. Wah! Sorry. Stitched into the zombie's decaying flesh, you see the message, I agree, it would be an honor to have you... Hang on. Hold on. No. I want to see what I missed, because I accidentally bumped my mouse. I want to know what I missed. I want to read that. There it is. You will have to wait until tomorrow if you are planning on making any equipment purchases, for all stores are closed in observance of Sun's Rest. Of course, the temples, taverns, and Mages Guild in the village are still open their regular hours, but most citizens choose to devote this day to relaxation, not commerce or prayer. This is not a convenient arrangement for all, but the Merchants Guild heavily fines any shops that stays open, so everyone complies. And then we got zombie here. Ow. Stitched into the zombie's decaying flesh, you see the following message. I agree, it would be an honor to have you visit me in my demesne at your convenience. I have a small matter that you are ideally suited for. As always, my servants will test your mettle. Feel free to dispense with them. They can always be raised again. The King of Worms, Master of Scourgebarrow. Or Scourgebarrow, I don't know. Alright, yay. That was fun. So, no shops are open, great. Now we can do this. Daggerfall is here? Yes. Ship. Begin. Oh, I like this song. Into the castle we go. Yes, yes, I agree to your terms and conditions. Okay. It's dead then, is it? Poor thing. He used to be my brother. If you ask me, he died long ago when he first got bit. He hated himself when he became that beast. I wish there'd been another way to help them. There probably was! I promised I'd tell you about that letter you're looking for, didn't I now? Of course, I remember that letter, Iagra. It's not every day that you gets a letter from the Emperor himself, especially seeing as the king ain't too fond of him. In fact, that's the only letter I've ever seen from him. I gave it to Her Majesty, and she's all excited, and she rip it open and says, "This isn't for me, this is addressed to Minnesera." Then, boom, her jaw fall open and her eyes get real wide. She says she'll make sure the Queen Mother gets it, and that I don't have to worry myself none about it. That it? Okay, cool, thanks. Okay, well. I'm not quite sure what to do next to continue that. What did she say the name was? Minas... Season. No, I'm not gonna talk to you. I do have a note in my itinerary. Don't talk to Queen Ibuki about the letter. I don't know why that's important, but I know it's important. Good day to you. You have fancy earring. Anyway. Let's see. Who do we got here? Let me save. If I interact with this, what happens? A small heraldic device above the door clearly marks private chambers of the royal family. Okay, I guess I don't go in there. I don't know if I go in there or not. Hang on, let me. I saved, so let me see what happens. Okay, it does let me go in there. Oh, okay. Am I not allowed in here? What? Okay. Cool your jets. So I guess I go in there at some point, but not today. I'm assuming that's why it has a little thing above it, and then lets me go in there. Kind of like it did with the baked smelly stuff and whatnot. Alright, well, we have... Let me see some here. Oh, I don't know. What is it? It's 11:30. I guess we could go to the King of Worms. I just gotta remember where the heck he was. Somewhere in Wayrest? Oops. That's... no. Find. What? Okay, maybe it's not in way rest. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. Stop. It was Dragontail Mountains. That's where it was. Take a whole month to get there, but okay. Oh wait. Oh gosh, that's even longer. I don't have a whole lot of gold for this. Alright, it was down here. Ouch. Can I sneak upon you and kill you? Yes, kind of. Okay. Now, which door was it? This one? I know I found it really fast. So if I don't find it fast, I know it's the wrong one. What are you? Whoa! Okay, you have distance attacks. Jeez. What are you? Okay, at least I can hit you. What the heck are you? A wraith? Okay. Well, this must not be correct because I would have found it by now. That I'm certain of. So it's not this one. Did I take lock level 8? No, it wasn't locked. I remember that. Okay. Kind of zip around the corner there. No, I don't think this is the right way. Well, at least it terminated at the end of a passage. At the end of the passage, so yeah, no figuring it out. I don't think it was the locked door, though. Was it this one? Don't... Oh, yeah, it was this way. I think. Well, I do remember... No, hold on. Was it this way? Did I go left first? I do remember rocks. I do remember that. Okay, I think it was this way. Wait, do I follow the candles? Is that what I do? Did they actually make this easy for me somehow? I remember going down here. What? I don't remember this. Hi. Okay, map. Norloth's Web. Dragon Tail Mountains. And guess who forgot to cast Recall? Okay, it is behind a locked door. Freaking, if you want guests, keep your door unlocked. I agree. I'm so glad you answered my letter. I hope my messenger was gentle. Let's not think too much about that one. Urge to play Morrowind Rising? SVJ, welcome in. How you doing today? I hope that you are doing well. And yeah, I totally understand that. Like, I am... At some point, I'm probably going to go through all of the Elder Scrolls. Like, I'm probably going to go through Morrowind. I'm probably going to go through Oblivion. If I can get it working. And I will probably do Skyrim. But I don't know when. I do want to try shorter games. Because these are definitely long games. But yeah, have you tried Open Morrowind or Open MW? You have been a loyal servant in the past, not as loyal as my living dead, but far more versatile. My need involves the lowest depths of Castle Sentinel, and the reward is knowledge that only the dead can provide. Are you willing? You're doing well, a bit tired. I can understand that. You have not. So Open Morrowind basically is a way to be able to run Morrowind on modern systems without too much hassle. And I've tried it out, and it works pretty well. So I would recommend going that route. You might have to... I think mods have to be converted to work, so if you are planning on modding, I don't know how that'll go. But I do know that there are people that work on mods. You got the Steam version for like $5. Yeah, if the Steam version works perfectly fine, that's great. But I do know that with like Windows 10, Windows 11, there might be issues. So if you do encounter problems, there is an alternate solution. You will need the files from Morrowind. I think you point OpenMW to your Morrowind installation, and then it pulls whatever it needs from that. So it's basically a new engine to run Morrowind, but the game data itself you have to already own. Okay. Could explain a lot of things. It was pretty janky to run. Yeah. Yeah, try Open MW and see if that gives you a little bit of a better experience. How amusing. I am looking for the answer to a question. It doesn't exist among the living, but it may exist among the dead. I want you to bring me back the ghost of Prince Carolus, the great-grandfather of the late King Cameron of Sentinel. Carolus was a sorcerer of no mean skill. He is now a lich deep in the bowels of the castle. I'm giving you a special scarab. If it is close to him when you destroy his physical body, his soul will be trapped in the scarab. Bring it back to me, and I will tell you a tale few mortals have heard. Do I have a time limit on this? I do not. Great. Why all the sounds? Oh, 'cause vampire. Wow, your vampires are really loud. Ancient Lich. Wow, they're so loud. Okay. Well, since I was a dummy, and I forgot to cast Recall, I get to find my way out manually. Whee! I do believe... Okay, I do remember following the candles. I'm gonna remember that for later. And... No, I went this way. Or I came from this way. And... This door? No. Which door? This door. Right? Yes. Okay. So when I come back, I need to take a left. Need to remember that. Oh, hold on. No sense in wasting my magic on that. Access wagon. Okay. Okay. Let's... hang on. Okay. Now if I go back to Daggerfall, will they let me talk to the lady in that one place? Let's see. Yeah, let's go recklessly because I'm running out of money. Oh, good. I arrived during the day. Which... Oh, from the south. Great. Well, that's fine. I needed to get some running exercise in anyway. I think. Let me check. Yeah. How are we on levels? 33% to level 9. Okay. By the way, hang on. If you all haven't done so, give SVJ a bit of a follow as well. He does a lot of Persona, and he's been getting into Final Fantasy VI speedrunning competitions. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, so Persona 5 Royale is what he's currently working on. So if you are a fan of the Persona series, be sure to check him out. And if you're watching the VOD and for some reason, like it's not showing it correctly, you want to look for Saint Von Jester. Or SVJ, as we call him. Where are we at? There we are. Okay, a little more this way. I should probably sell equipment while I'm thinking about it. Ooh, jewelry. I don't think I have a lot of jewelry I want to sell, though. Oh. Shop is over here, dum-dum. Bank. Well, I don't need anything from there anymore. In fact, I think my letter of credit has been spent. Yep. That letter of credit is gone. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have too much here, so I'm just going to sell everything one at a time to get my mercantile up. But... Okay, I think that is all you will buy for me. Good, mercantile is ready. Alright, any good stuff? Mithril Broadsword, Dwarven War Axe. That would be nice to get my axe skill up, but... What does she want for this? Buy... 1222? No. No, I'll wait until I actually find one. Then I can work on my axe skill. Right now, dodging, oddly enough, is my highest major skill. And I don't know whether or not I'm going to have to boost that or not. Yeah, wow. That's the cheap shelf. What else I gotta get rid of here? Ingredients. So that's gonna be over here. The Emperor's Potions. That's a bedroom. That's... Have you thought about maybe having a sign to point us where we need to go? I don't think I need any more rubies. Do I? Because I got the 2 ones that I equipped. I've got 2 that I have for other things. I guess I'll hold on to them for now just in case. Alright, a little bit more money. It's not a ton, but... Oh, I forgot about this maze. Shoot, where's the Mages Guild? Okay, no, that is... I'm not making that walk. Nope, nope, north. I want to see if... Let me check something real quick. I need to see whether or not I made a mistake in terms of who I'm supposed to talk to. Let's see, Daggerfall. Because I might have read that too fast. I'm kind of like expecting it to have like information in the quest journal, but it kind of isn't. That's kind of why I made an itinerary, but my itinerary, I guess I didn't do a good job with putting information in there. So, let's see. There it is. Okay, no, it does say to go to that room. So, wait a minute, why was I not allowed in there? So I was doing things right. Like, that was the room to go to. And for some reason, it was all like, no, you're not allowed in there. Alright. So it said to go into this room. This is where I'm supposed to go, so I'll save. Okay, see now if I go in there. See, now they're pissed off at me. Hang on. Hello, Iagra. I have heard much about you. Now you come to me with a very interesting tale of deception. So, Sindasa the maid says Ibuki opened a letter from the Emperor addressed to me. I can tell you, Iagra, that she never delivered such a letter to me. I would like you to investigate this further, Iagra. It could be dangerous to poke into the affairs of Ibuki without enraging King Gothrid, even though he is my own son. Are you willing? Yes. Good. I have long had suspicions about Ibuki's loyalty to the Emperor. She is a daughter of the late King Cameron, who ruled Hammerfell from his citadel in Sentinel. My husband, King Lysandus, Kinnereth, rest his soul, died at Cringane, as did King Cameron. Lysandus's body was not recovered, so he has a monument erected there rather than a true tomb. Ah, my mind wanders. The Emperor uses Morgana Garecroft as his messenger in Daggerfall. She could be anywhere in the region delivering missives. However, Morgana Garecroft is a member of the Knights of the Dragon. Go to the Gaerford residence in Grimming and ask for Uthictor Yomhaus. He may know where to find a Morgana Garecroft. Try to find out why a letter addressed to me was delivered to Ibuki. Okay, cool. Excuse me, pardon me. Pacified knight using etiquette skill? Did me just saying pardon me, excuse me, actually work? No, I want out. Okay, now I need to know whether or not I just screwed myself. So if I go back in... Yes, I agree. Have you all cooled your jets? Okay. Before I do that... Angry door in Daggerfall. DF. Alright. Alright, so let's talk to you real quick. Yep, blah blah blah. Bye. Nope, nope. Excuse me, pardon me. Pardon me. Wow, I pacified 3 of them using etiquette. That's actually pretty amazing. I love that can be a thing. All right, let me make sure that we're still good. Yep, I agree. Are we good? Have we settled? All right. I don't think I've screwed anything up. So I can go ahead and do pre-quest, ongoing quest. So, at the very least, I can go back to save 11, if worse comes to worse. Let me see if that's a bug. Notes, be careful, as straying from the main chamber will cause the guards to attack you until you leave. If you decline the request to investigate, the quest will end, leaving you unable to complete. Okay, I don't care about any of that. Okay, so they actually are supposed to attack you until you leave? That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Why would you do that? Why would you make it so that a place you have to go to in the main quest causes NPCs to attack you? Because that telegraphs to the player you're not supposed to be here. That's bad quest design. Whoever thought of that is bad. It's like move the NPC somewhere else or make that chamber function just like the kitchen where players are allowed to go in there. Alright. Anyway. Grimming. Alright. We'll do this next time, I think. We'll face this. So, let me go ahead and save. Well, we did save. We just did all the saves. Alright. Let me pull this up. Alright. Just figuring out who to raid here. We're gonna go say hi to Jay Johnson. He's playing a little bit of Fall Guys. He's doing ranked knockout. And we're gonna see how he's doing. So I do want to thank all of you for joining me today. You're very welcome, Val. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate that you all came by, that you kept me company during some of these shenanigans. Hopefully next week we'll have fewer shenanigans and more progress. So yeah, I do want, as always, I do want to remind you all that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.